Thank you.
The next witness is supposed to be Gerrit Erasmus. I've just found Mr. Miller and he said that they are connected. Yeah,
And the arrangement is that Mr. Miller is going to lead the witness. Is that the arrangement?
that is indeed so.
All right. Okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, my lady, we can hear you very clearly.
Thank you very much. Can the witness please state his full names for the record?
Gerrit Nicholas Erasmus.
Mr. Erasmus, have you got any objection to taking the oath?
Not at all, my lady.
Okay, and you do consider the oath as binding into your conscience?
I do.
Alrighty. Can you please swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? And if you so declare, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Miller?
No, it's actually Celia. I will lead him, my lady.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cillier.
My lady, I think for purposes of the evidence, maybe it will be better for you yourself and the other participants that they focus on the witness and only on the witness like we did with Mr. De Beer yesterday. But it appears to me that the control of the video has been taken over from the side of the registrar. If they can maybe look at that, because my system doesn't want to focus in on the witness only at this stage. Otherwise, I don't have a problem in proceeding like this, but I think it will be better for everybody in court if the focus is on the witness, especially when he's examined and cross-examined.
Thank you. Can that be arranged, please? Can we only have the witness in view?
Can you hear us? Let me see if I see it.
Okay, in the meantime, can we proceed? Hopefully that will be sorted out.
We will proceed, my lady. My lady, I then beg leave to call General Gerrit Nicholas Erasmus as the witness.
Thank you. He's already been sworn in.
I can confirm, my lady, that a statement had been circulated to all involved, and the process that we would want to follow is the same that we followed with Mr. Craig Williamson yesterday, in the sense that we will start off by Mr. Erasmus, or General Erasmus, reading out the statement.
Thank you. If you may, Mr. Erasmus, just read your statement into the record.
I am an adult, male and pensioner. I'm 89 years of age, retired during 1992 from the South African Police, holding the rank of a Major General.
Yes, proceed.
The facts contained in this affidavit fall, unless otherwise indicated, in my personal knowledge and are both true and correct.
Yes, proceed.
I was requested to attend the inquest relating to the death of Matthew Boniwe, Port Kalata, Selma Masauli, and Sparrow Court of Cradock 4 in the above court, and to testify and disclose all and or any facts falling within my personal knowledge relating to the death of the Cradock 4.
Yes, you may proceed.
In order to assist the owner of the court in the above regard, I instructed my legal team to prepare an affidavit on my behalf, wherein I deal with a relevant issue and to disclose any involvement I had or may have had in this regard.
Please proceed.
I also in particular deal with an allegation by one Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld, who testified during an amnesty hearing before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the late 1990s, that he allegedly reported to me during the middle of 1984 while I was the commanding officer of the security branch in Port Elizabeth, Jamaica, on his way to Cradock in order to do observations on the late Boniwe, in order to advise whether it was feasible to kill him at his home.
Yes.
At the outset, I wish emphatically deny that any involvement and or knowledge relating to the planning and or execution of the murders of the Cradock Four. I also deny the allegations of Mr. Jaarsveld referred to above and will illustrate that these allegations are objectively impossible.
Proceed.
I confirm that I was a member of the South African Police during 1984 and 1985. I can mention that I was the branch commander of the Port Elizabeth Security Branch from approximately 1980 until the end of December 1983 when I was transferred to John Foster Square, Johannesburg.
Yes.
At that stage, I held the rank of colonel and was attached to the security branch of the South African Police. I was transferred to John Foster Square in the post of divisional commander of the Witwatersrand Security Branch.
Yes.
I subsequently retired during 1999 and held the rank of Major General at that stage, still in the Witwatersrand Division. It's important to provide the Honourable Court with the following information relating to my service record during the relevant period. I was a member of the security branch of the African Police in Port Elizabeth, as it was shown at this stage as branch commander from 1980 until the end of 1983. I held the rank of colonel at that stage. At the end of 1983, I was transferred to John Foster Square, Johannesburg, with effect from January 1984 in the post of divisional commander. I remained in that post in Johannesburg until November 1988 when I was transferred to headquarters Pretoria Staff Officer, Crime Combat and Investigation until 22nd May 1989. Thereafter I was promoted to Regional Commissioner of the Witwatersrand Division.
Yes, you may proceed.
Oh, you can proceed.
On the Jaarsveld's further reference to my involvement in the East Province Rugby Administration is also devoid of any truth. I was not involved in the rugby administration of the Eastern Province or the Police Rugby Club during my tenure in Port Elizabeth. It was called for during the testimony of all persons involved with their own versions in the murder of the Cradock Four during their evidence in the amnesty application in the late 90s that Colonel Harold Snyman was the branch commander of the security branch of the South African Police at that time, and that I was not stationed in Port Elizabeth Air or involved in the security branch for this since my transfer at the end of 1983. The objective facts, documents relating to my transfer in Johannesburg at the end of 1983 clearly illustrate my denial in the above regard. For convenience of the court, I annex here to a copy of an agenda of a GPS vergadering 1/84 that was held on the 26th of January 1984, and where it was specifically stated in my absence, I was bid farewell because I was transferred to Johannesburg as Anishka GE1. Further documents from the personal system reflected my transfer in Johannesburg 1984 as annexed here to an annexure GE2.
Yes, you may proceed.
I can further You confirm that further official documents are available reflecting and corroborating the above facts. I repeat my emphatic denial of any involvement and or knowledge of the planning and of execution of the Cradock form.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, that is the written statement. I have only one or two further questions, if I may proceed. General, there was an issue raised yesterday relating to the question whether you at any stage received knowledge or information or notice of the fact that one Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld indicated in an amnesty application that he filed that he reported to you in the middle of 1984 in Port Elizabeth, where you at that stage acted as the commanding officer of the Port Elizabeth, as it then was, security branch. Have you received such notice?
I received such notice from my attorney.
Who was your attorney at that stage?
Wagner. Wagner.
You mentioned the late John Wagner. Is it correct that Mr. Wagner also passed away in the meantime? And can you provide the ladyship with more information relating to this conversation and or instructions given?
I told him that indeed that was not at all true, because I was not stationed there and I was no longer the commander of the security branch. I was stationed in Johannesburg. And he said he would take it further.
Now, General, we have seen from the records of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that at some stage there was an apparent attempt by Advocate Boyson, who acted on some of the police members, inter alia Mr. Sakkie van Zyl, Major Sakkie van Zyl, to file an affidavit on their behalf, but an affidavit deposed to, or to be deposed to you by you in regard to this denial. Have you got that application or attempt was however refused, and the affidavit was not filed? Are you aware of that situation?
I'm not aware of that situation. I can't say it's not possible that my attorney took forward an affidavit. But I never signed it.
I have no further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Is anyone attending to the issue of having Mr. Erasmus appear on the screen rather than him and his counsel? Please. I had requested that it be arranged.
Yeah.
Because the camera is on their side, they're the only people that can do that. They are unable to do it on this side.
Isn't that an issue?
There it appears to be that it now works again, my lady. The Zoom facility was taken over, but I think I can now myself help. I'm busy.
Now I have control of the camera.
He's, sorry.
Thank you for that, Mr. Celia. In the meantime, Mr. Governor, Mr. Coltman, any questions?
My lady, my learned colleague, Mr. Number will lead the cross-examination on this.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Erasmus.
Good morning.
Thank you for availing yourself in these proceedings. As the ladyship has already thanked you. Mr. Erasmus, when did you
join the police force? When did you join the police force?
I joined the police force on the 3rd of January 1957. 1957.
1957. Thank you.
Lady.
Can you tell us, or this court, you were very brief in your statement, in your affidavit, as to where did you start working as a policeman?
I started at police headquarters at the accountant paymaster's office as a policeman, my lady. The accountant paymaster, the paymaster of the Arabic Police Headquarters, Victoria, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Yes, what was your rank? What was your rank at that time?
I was a constable, just fresh from the college, my lady.
Yes, from there, where did you go? Because I've noticed that you've gone many places.
In 1958, I went on a detective course, my lady.
Yeah. Proceed, sir.
And after that, I was transferred to Marshall Square in Johannesburg, my lady.
What were you doing there?
I was a detective.
In which unit
Pardon?
were you?
I was in the detective branch on the liquor and liquor squad. My lady.
Yes, proceed.
And after that, I think in 1959, I applied to be transferred to somewhere near Beaufort West, but I was transferred to Cape Town. It's because of ill health of my parents.
In which year when you joined the security branch?
If I may not be wrong, in 1962, my lady. 1962, my lady.
1962, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Where exactly did you start to be a member of security branch?
Something I thought Mr. Erasmus said he joined South African Police in 1967. 57. Oh, then that's why I got it wrong. Thank you very much. Now. Yes, Mr. Member.
Where exactly did you start to be a member of the security branch?
At the Grays, at the offices were in the Grays in Van Willig Street in Johannesburg, my lady.
And from there, where did you go?
Oh. I spent a lot of time I had offices in Pretoria then, and I was working all over the country and on the anti-terrorism squad, mainly in Namibia, my lady.
Is there any stage where you have been a security branch member in the same case? Is there any stage where you have been in the security branch in the same case?
No, but before that, before I joined the security branch in 62, I was at Mzimkhulu, I was a detective there, my lady, and then I was when the Rosebank, Johannesburg was a detective, and from there they brought me to the security branch in 1962.
Can be clear about the question that have you ever been a member of the security branch in the Eastern Cape? Yes or no?
You know what?
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, yes, I was there. I was stationed in the Eastern Cape. As I read out in my statement, my lady.
When did you become a commander of the security branch in Pretoria?
When?
Do you recall the year?
I can't remember now exactly when I went. So I was there for a short while in Pretoria. 19. Let me just.
My lady, if I can assist, in paragraph 7 of the statement, he mentioned that he was the branch commander of the Port Elizabeth Security Branch from approximately 1980 until the end of December 1983, when he was transferred to John Foster Square in Johannesburg.
Thank you.
Commander.
Yes,
When you were in commander of the security branch in Johannesburg, which provinces were you commanding in South Africa?
I don't.
Which provinces were you commanding? Which
That was Transvaal. That's in Transvaal, my lady. It's called.
yes. Says Transvaal.
Gauteng.
Gauteng. I'll say Gauteng only. It's difficult, I think.
My lady, with respect, the questions are very confusing. The witness clearly has difficulties to understand the questions. The voice of, or the questions, we have also some difficulty in hearing properly. If our learned colleague can maybe just talk a little bit slower for the convenience of the witness, we would appreciate that.
Thank you. Just repeat your question, Mr. Namba, and please speak
Thank you.
more slower.
Thank you. My question is, which provinces were accounting to you? Which provinces were accounting to you as you were a commander? Which provinces were you commanding, reporting to you as a commander?
No, when I was at the Witwatersrand, and I had a few branches there reporting to me.
Which branches would those be, Mr. Erasmus?
Pardon, my lady?
You said you were in charge of 2 branches. Did I get you correctly?
No, I was in charge of the Witwatersrand security branch.
Okay.
And that excludes Soweto. And the other districts they had, so some had their own security branches like Springs, and so I was responsible for the Witwatersrand, which means Johannesburg and surroundings. My lady.
Thank you.
The understanding, Mr. Erasmus, is that as a national commander, there were provincial commanders also, like Eastern Cape. Were they not reporting to you?
No, they reported directly to headquarters, my lady.
Can maybe our learned colleague just state what period he's referring to now? I think there's a bit of confusion with the witness of exactly what period our learned colleague is dealing with now, time-wise.
Yes, Mr. Member.
Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Rasmus. As part of the people accounting to you, did you know Mr. Barrel Plessy?
During which period? I think the witness required clarity in that regard. Which period are you referring to?
During 1984 and 1985, maybe.
So, did
1984, if you refer, I think he was a minister at that time, my lady, Baron du Plessis.
I'm asking about Baron du Plessis, sir, because
Yes.
in his testimony, in the TRC Exhibit D, page 887, when he was asked about the Cradock 4, he implicated you. The implication was
My
that
lady, maybe, sorry, maybe just if our colleague can just be more precise. I think there was now confusion when he referred to Baron du Plessis. The witness assumed that he referred to Minister Baron du Plessis, who's also one of the interested parties in these proceedings. If he maybe just for purposes of clarity in his question, be more clear on which Baron du Plessis is referring to.
Yes, Mr. Number.
okay, thank you. It was, do you know actually Mr. Hermanas? Between those years, 1984 and 1985.
Is that now Mr. Herman du Plessis you're referring to with respect?
Hermanas du Plessis.
Yeah, he was one of the of my staff members in for Elizabeth, my lady.
I'm asking about this gentleman, Hermanas du Plessis, because he implicated you in the TRC testimony. To say the joint decision of General Erasmus, I want to be slowly, Colonel van Rensberg, and myself, he was referring to himself, as a commander, General Erasmus authorized and approved the operation, and I have consistently believed that I act in the performance of my official duties. As such, he was referring to Cradock 4. Do you understand?
My lady,
I know nothing about that.
I'm a bit confused as well. My learned colleague only made now a allegation or put that du Plessis implicated General Erasmus, but without giving detail about what is he referring to, implicating him in the killings of the Cradock 4, or what exactly is he referring to? It is clear that the witness, he indicated that he doesn't know about it, and I must confess I'm a little bit confused myself now as well.
Do you know Mr. Hermanas du Plessis? Do you know a Mr. Hermanas du Plessis?
Yeah, he's also passed away, but he was a captain, or I don't know, captain in the security branch in Port Elizabeth. My lady.
Yes,
Did you know that he implicated you in the TRC?
I don't, yeah.
Are you aware that he implicated you as being
No,
complicit?
No, I know nothing about it.
You do not know that he implicated you as having been complicit in the Cradock 4 murders?
No, not at all, my lady.
Thank you. Did you know Van Jaarsveld as the special branch member?
I don't know him at all, my lady.
In your statement, you indicated that Van Jaarsveld, you know that Van Jaarsveld implicated you in the Cradock 4. You recall?
Yeah, I know. I know that, my lady.
So you denied, on your statement you are denying that, I know.
Denying what, Mr. Number?
Denying what was said by Van Jaarsveld, my lady. It's in his statement.
Thank you. Yes, and what is the question?
In his testimony, Van Jaarsveld was adamant that in the initial scoping of the operation in 1984, you were the one who asked him to scope Mr. Koniwe and Mr. Kalata. He was
Now, with the
adamant.
greatest of respect, my learned colleague is totally confused now. Van Jaarsveld's evidence was that Craig Williamson instructed him. He's totally confused now between General Erasmus and Mr. Craig Williamson.
Yes, Mr. Number.
Thank you, my lady.
It's shocking.
Yes, Mr.
Also, on the amnesty application, is it correct that Yap Van Jaarsveld and Bas Bower reported to you before and after surveillance on Koniwe in Cradock 4?
Not at all, my lady. I know nothing about it.
Okay. What was your involvement in the rugby union between 1984 and 1985?
I was not involved in any rugby in 1980. In 1984, I was in Witwatersrand and I was involved with the Witwatersrand police, and I was also in the Transvaal Union. Excuse me.
Were you not involved in the same case as the deputy chairperson in the rugby union? Were you not involved? As a,
I was involved in what was rugby, and I was on the Transvaal Rugby Union.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus. Lastly, as the head of the special branch nationally, you say you never heard about the planning and killing of Cradock 4. Is that correct?
No, I've heard nothing. I know nothing about it, my lady.
Thank you. If so, were the members of your branch not reporting to you after a mission or after conducted the operation?
In Port Elizabeth now. You mean in Port Elizabeth?
Yes, Millie. Correct.
Yeah, they reported to me, but I wasn't in Port Elizabeth when the killing or anything took place. So nobody reported anything to me whilst I was in Johannesburg. I should have reported to the commander in PE, not to me.
So you never heard as a commander the operation was conducted or which was to be conducted in Port Elizabeth for Cradock 4?
I know nothing about it, my lady. Because I was in Johannesburg. I was in Johannesburg at that time.
Thank you, my lady. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nanga. Mr. Muraitova.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Erasmus, can I just get some basic facts? You were stationed in the Eastern Cape on your version until 1983 December, is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
And you were a member of a structure that was known as the Joint Management Committee, is that correct?
Yes, I had to attend. I was instructed to attend that.
Yes. Now, that Joint Management Committee, what was its relationship with the State Security Council?
I'm not too sure, but I believe that all the reports were sent through, either through when the army was in charge, they had the chairman and the secretary, and all the reports were sent by them, wherever.
Which reports?
Of the meetings, my lady.
Of who?
Of the Joint Management Committee, my lady.
So the Joint Management Committee sent its reports to the State Security Council.
Whether it's direct, I don't know. I can't remember that, my lady.
And did you ever get reports from the State Security Council?
I had no contact with any State Security Council or any member there, ever, my lady.
Did the Joint Management Committee get reports from the State Security Council?
Please say again.
Did the Joint Management Committee get reports from the State Security Council?
Not that I know of, my
So,
lady.
according to your version, it is only the Joint Management Committee that sent reports to the State Security Council.
Did you get the question?
What is it? I don't hear the question. What's the question?
I'm saying the version you gave me a couple of minutes ago is that the Joint Management Committee sent reports to the State Security Council. Is that correct?
I said I don't know whether it was directly sent either to the Army or to the Joint Management Committee, because I wasn't on the Secretariat, my lady.
Yes. Why would it be sent via the army?
Because the army was the chairman and the secretaries, and they compiled the reports, my lady.
So the army was the secretary of the Joint Management Committee or the chairman of the Joint Management Committee?
All the time, my lady.
All the time?
Yeah.
And when you were a member of the Joint Management Committee, who was the chairman?
There was the army commander was always the chairman.
When you were a member of the Joint Management Committee, who was the chairman?
Firstly, there was a brigadier Potgieter, I think, and later on the West Station.
General van der Westhuizen.
I think he was a brigadier then.
At the time, he was a brigadier van der Westhuizen.
83.
Now, what were the topics discussed at the Joint Management Committee?
Well, all the department heads were there, and they made the reports of the situation. As a police, we reported on the situation, the riots and the strikes and the everything. And so did every departmental head had to report on what's going on in their departments, my lady. Detail, I can't tell you detail, my lady.
Did you report on the situation in the Eastern Cape?
I did, my lady.
In 1983, when you were a member, what did you report on?
As I said, there were school riots and strikes and everything. That's what we reported on, my lady.
School riots and strikes?
Yeah. Everything that is of security concern, my lady.
Why does a school riot and a strike bring about a security concern?
That's correct, my lady.
All right. Are you saying that, as far as you were concerned, the school riots and the strikes brought about security concerns?
It does.
How? Explain it.
Well, they torched the schools and the buses and everything. So if that's not security concern, I don't know what is security concern.
Now, you say you reported to the Joint Management Committee about the riots in the Eastern Cape. Can you tell us which specific instances did you report about in 1983?
Unfortunately, I can't remember detail, my lady. It's a long time.
Did you not report about the Port Elizabeth Civic Association, PEPCO?
I think all the reports came in, and whatever was information was gathered was reported to the Joint Management Committee.
Answer the question I'm asking you. Did you or did you not report about PEPCO?
I know of PEPCO. PEPCO is a Port Elizabeth community organization.
Was it discussed at the Joint Management Committee?
Was it? I suppose it was reported there.
No, you cannot suppose. You were there in this room. You were the only person who was there. Was it discussed
My lady?
or not discussed?
My lady, with respect, it's 43 years ago. The witness is 89 years old. His indication is he can't provide that type of detail. And with respect, that question has then been answered.
I think the witness said he could not recall what security concerns he reported, Mr. Ngobeto.
The witness says that the Port Elizabeth, the PEPCO, was discussed.
So
I suppose so, my lady.
Yes.
Can you just repeat that answer, Mr. Erasmus?
I say it's possible that every report that I got which of security concern was also discussed at this joint management committee.
Was PEPCO a security concern or not? That was discussed.
It all depends on what happened. I don't know I can't remember the detail of what they were doing, organizing the way. I can't remember all that.
Yes. Now, was Cradock regarded as a security concern?
As far as I know, there were school boycotts all over the province. Also, I can't give you a detail. Even all of that was concerned of the Security Council.
Yes. Can I refer you to some of the documents that are here? There is an extract. How do you refer to this? To Annexure L2.
Yes.
And if you can turn to page 294.
Page. Okay, you just repeat the page number, please.
294. That is one of the, it's L2, under extracts for L2 at page 294.
Maybe we haven't got it in front of us, but in order to proceed with proceedings, I will suggest that our learned colleague can maybe read the passage and portion, and the witness can then respond whilst we are trying to locate the document.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, I'm just trying to look at it. All right, my colleague says it's actually document extracts under Erasmus. And then it's volume G, starting at page 292.
So you can read it out in the meantime.
So, under item 8, there it is stated, and I'm improvising on my translation, that yes, at page 293, it is a meeting of the 26th of January, 1984, and it's a meeting of the Joint Management Committee.
Lady, can I just point out that this witness wasn't there. He was already transferred to Johannesburg at that stage.
Is Mr. Celia testifying?
No, he's just assisting.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, and also causing a lot of interruption.
No, just proceed, Mr. Muraichobi, please.
So that document is a meeting of the Joint Management Committee of the 26th of January 1984. Is that correct?
Are you able to confirm that, Ms.?
My lady, as indicated, the document is not before the witness.
Okay.
We haven't located it from our volume L2. We don't have a page 293, and that's why I suggested, in order to facilitate the hearing, our learned colleague can proceed on reading the portions and and ask his questions at this stage.
My lady, it might be helpful to find the document because I'm not sure to what extent we're going to continue like this because the documents have been sent to everyone. But the point I'm making to you, Mr. Erasmus, is that at the Joint Management Committee meeting of the 26th of January 1984, Cradock was specifically discussed at item 8. Can you confirm that or not?
I was no longer in Johannesburg, so I couldn't have been on that meeting, at any time, my lady. In January, I was stationed in Johannesburg in the Witwatersrand.
I'm not asking you if you were in the meeting. I'm simply dealing with your contention that the items at the Joint Management Committee, you were not sure whether or not Cradock was a topic for discussion. I'm putting to you that Cradock was a topic for discussion as evidenced by this document. Can you comment on that or not?
Well, I would say yes. It was a matter of concern because there were school riots and all sorts of things there.
So you would say yes because it was a matter of concern.
Yeah.
And not just Cradock that was discussed. Mr. Goniwe himself was discussed when they specifically said that he was a problem teacher who was causing incitement and had been dismissed from the school on the 1st of January 1984. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that at all. I wasn't there.
Yes. In 1983, Mr. Goniwe had left the school because he had been removed from the school. Now, on your evidence, if Mr. Goniwe was causing riots and Cradock was unstable because of him, this is a matter that...
suggest that, Mr. Ngaitwebe? I don't recall him suggesting that.
No, what he did suggest is that Cradock was a matter of interest because of the riots. And I put to him that Mr. Goniwe was discussed in the context of those riots. And he said he would accept that.
Okay, proceed.
Now, what I'm putting to you next is the logical consequence of what I have suggested. That the discussion about Mr. Goniwe on the 1st of January 1984 was as a consequence of his removal from the school in 1983. Can you comment on that?
I can't remember that he was removed. There was a suggestion that he should be transferred somewhere, but I don't know whether that ever happened, my lady.
Yes, that's very helpful. Can you just expand? Where was the suggestion made that he should be transferred somewhere?
That was during 83, I think late in 83.
In what
When he
forum?
was,
So you
pardon?
said it took place in 1983.
Yeah, I think in 1983 he was mentioned, and his department dealt with that matter, my lady.
So the judge was asking, what forum was he mentioned to you?
Say again?
The judge was asking, in what forum was Mr. Goniwe mentioned to you?
I only know that he was a teacher at a school in Cradock. That's what I know, my lady.
Now, just answer the question I'm asking you. You gave us evidence that there was a suggestion that Mr. Goniwe must be transferred. I asked you, when was that suggestion made? You said it was made in 1983. The judge asked you, what was the forum when the suggestion was made?
That must have been input by the educational department and not by me, as far as I remember.
The input by who?
By his department, the education.
But where? At the Joint Management Committee?
Yes, my lady.
And was it the decision of the Joint Management Committee that he should be transferred?
It was suggested, but when it happened, I don't know.
I'm asking you whether it was a decision of the Joint Management Committee that he should be transferred, yes or no?
They couldn't make a decision. It was his department to decide on that, my lady.
And can you explain whether I'm correct that the reason he was reported to the Joint Management Committee is because he was seen as a security concern, because the Joint Management Committee was responsible for security matters?
I suppose so, yes, my lady.
Now, when you left in December 1983, it seems to me that you would have continued receiving reports from the Eastern Cape because you would be regarded as an expert, bearing in mind your role. Is that not correct?
I never received any further reports because I left there, and all reports that was made should have gone to the new commander there, my lady.
Yes. Now, just to close off on Mr. Goniwe, his expulsion from the school on the 18th of October 1983, was that consistent with the discussion at the Joint Management Committee that he should be transferred?
As I told this court, my lady, I know nothing further than that I've heard that his department was to deal with him, and that was their mission, not mine, by the way.
Now, given that Mr. Goniwe was a security concern, what was the decision of the Joint Management Committee to address the security threat?
Other than this transfer, there was no other suggestion that I know of, my lady.
You see, Mr. Erasmus, I'm finding that answer incredible. The man has been identified as a security concern. Cradock has been identified as a security concern. And no measures are taken to address the security threat that he posed to the state. Do you seriously want the judge to believe that?
Yes. Yeah, of course I want to believe you. You could to believe it. What I'm telling you is the truth and nothing else, my lady.
My lady, I think you have to address an ethical breach that has just occurred. Unfortunately and regrettably, Mr. Silia has now just provided an answer to the witness, which is a grave breach under the ethics of the society.
My lady, with the greatest of respect, I take great exception to that.
We had
your ladyship,
exception all your life.
Yes, Mr. Ngoitobi, please give Mr. Celia an opportunity to address the court.
my lady, maybe with if my learned colleague is behaving in manners like he want to accuse others, he shouldn't use that to accuse others. What I would suggest is that you, under those circumstances, inform the people or ask me to change the video system in order to include both myself and the witness on the video picture, that your ladyship can then have regard to the video link and or the video picture of both myself and the witness.
Yes, we seem to have heard someone saying yes before Mr. Erasmus could answer the question. I think that yes, Mr. Celia?
My lady, I can take it no further, but can I, with your permission, then change the system in order to also show my picture on the video link before you.
Yes, perhaps you can do that. Can you also at this stage take a 15-minute adjournment?
My lady, I'm happy to take the adjournment, but this issue should not be left hanging because Mr. Silia answered for the witness and denied having answered. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. I think that will be sorted out by having Mr. Silia in view also when the witness is testifying. Otherwise, I don't want us to go get into a tangent and discuss that and fight about that. I don't think that will be necessary.
So do I have your permission then to change the picture, my lady?
Yes, you may. Court will adjourn for 15 minutes.
Dit is moenie werk nie. By die technician.
Wat gaan aan?
of the reconnaissance mission of the 21st of March 1984. Is that correct?
Yeah, I tell you, I had no action to take against him because it's not true. Well,
You also took no action against Mr. Van Jaarsveld, who gave the direct testimony that he reported to you the outcomes of the reconnaissance mission. Is that correct?
I shouldn't have taken, his commander would have taken action against him. Well,
My lady, sorry to interject. Can I just ask our learned colleague that he must just maybe give us more detail, or the witness more detail about what he put that Van Zyl, if I understood the counsel correct, what he put or suggest is that Mr. Saki Van Zyl also testified that there was a report back to this witness after the reconnaissance mission by Van Jaarsveld. And I'm not aware of such evidence. If our learned colleague can maybe just provide your ladyship some detail, and or maybe read the portion of Van Zyl's evidence in that regard, that we can just evaluate that.
There's nothing to be read, because I already read that Van Zyl said Van Jaarsveld had said so.
My lady, with respect, but as far as I have it, Van Zyl denied any knowledge of Van Jaarsveld's evidence in that regard. So I just don't want any misunderstanding that the suggestion is that Van Zyl basically then confirmed what Van Jaarsveld said. Because I may be wrong, and my learned friend, I just invite him to provide us with that detail. I'm not aware of any evidence emanating from Van Zyl to the effect that there was a report back to Erasmus.
Yes, my lady, I've explained this, that Mr. Van Zyl is not the original testimony. The original testimony is from Mr. Van Jaarsveld. I'm saying this for the third time.
Does that clarify the issue, Mr. Silia?
Yes, my lady. Then I just don't understand the accusation or allegation against Erasmus or the present witness that he didn't take any action against Van Zyl. The question is valid with reference to Mr. Van Jaarsveld, but I, with respect, then don't understand the gist of this accusation in inverted commas relating to Mr. Van Zyl. But I think that counsel have now made it clear, and I accept it on that basis.
Thank you.
Mr. Erasmus, perhaps let's go back to get a clear answer. You took no action against Mr. Van Jaarsveld for accusing you of being among the people he reported to about the reconnaissance mission. Is that correct?
well, I said to my attorney that it couldn't be true because I wasn't there, and I don't remember, and I don't know Van Jaarsveld, and I don't know about any report made to me about the Cradock 4 or Mr. Gorniwe, my lady.
Could you answer my question? Did you take action or not?
No, I took for no further action. I left it for my attorney.
Now, when this particular case that we are busy with today, this inquest, was investigated, it is said by the investigating officers, Colonel Dweber, that you refused to cooperate. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. Nobody ever contacted me in connection with the murder of the poor people, my lady.
You were never contacted.
Never.
There is an affidavit by Mr. Mteteleli Dweber, which states the following. Now, trust what I'm reading, if you don't have it in front of you. At paragraph 4. Gerrit Nicholas Erasmus was contacted for the purpose of interviewing and obtaining his statement. His legal representatives, Jan Wagner, sent me an email stating that his client will exercise his constitutional rights not to talk to me and will not submit any statement. It is clear that Gerrit Nicholas Erasmus will not cooperate with the investigation. Is he lying?
I can't deny that. If the attorney wrote a statement like that, I can't deny it. I don't know what he did, my lady.
But the attorney could never have said, my client will not submit a statement, unless the attorney had a mandate from you not to submit a statement.
Well, that's what happened. No, I don't know how it happened, my lady.
So do you admit that Colonel Dweber was entitled to draw the conclusion that you are uncooperative?
Well, that's his conclusion, my lady.
And you will not enter the discussion whether it was justified or not?
I never said anything that I won't cooperate to anybody, my lady.
Yes. My lady, I just want to take 1 second to check if there's anything else, but I think I'm finished. Something that was going on yesterday about other things actually. Nothing, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mzechova. Mr. Vane?
As the court pleases. Mr. Rasmus, thanks for taking time to be with us here today.
Thank you, my lady.
You mentioned in response to a question, I can't recall who put it, that you were involved in the Transvaal Rugby Union. Did I hear correctly?
Yes, I was.
And what position did you hold there?
I was a vice president, my lady.
And can you recall the years when you were vice president?
I think 94, 84, 85, my lady.
Okay. And I take it you are quite a keen rugby fan.
Always been involved, my lady.
Now, in your statement, you helpfully provided a document that I understand is referred to as an SAP 96. I actually don't have a hard copy because it was only provided this morning, but I understand it says that you left PE to assume command at the security branch in Johannesburg. Was that at the beginning of 1984?
That's correct, my lady.
Now, following your transfer to Johannesburg, did you ever return to Port Elizabeth?
Never to work there. I had a daughter there that I visited once. I had to leave my daughter who was a matric in that year. That's why that I was never involved in any workings of the security police or France at any time in that year.
So in fact, because, as you say, your daughter was in matric, and I assume in 1984, you were returning.
That's correct.
I beg your pardon?
Says
No, I
that
was
it's
in, I think it was,
Yes, so...
I was in, my daughter was in matric in 1984, and I visited her once there, where she was boarding.
So you were returning to Port Elizabeth in 1984 to visit your daughter?
Yeah, that's when once or so. He's not there.
Now, I've received some advice from our private investigator, that's retired Brigadier Clifford Marion, and he served in the South African Police for some 40 years. And he says that it was routine practice that when you were involved in cases or investigations, even after your transfer to another location, you would from time to time return to the city where those investigations had been launched to help complete those investigations. Are you aware of such a practice within the South African Police at that time?
Yeah, if there was unfinished, any unfinished business, but I had none to report and nothing to do after I left there. And I was not asked for any advice or anything because there was a new command and they do everything by the...
Did you say there was an intention to call this private investigator, Mr. Vane?
My lady, we do intend to call him, and at the final sitting we will also put up a detailed statement from him.
All right.
Just for the record, my lady, in consultation with the investigating officer and our learned friends from the NPA, we have asked for Mr. Erasmus's subsistence and travel claims made between November 1984 and June 1985, and we've also requested his diary for the period November 84 to June 85, and we hope those will be furnished in due course.
Sorry, this isn't meant to be an objection or interruption. I just want to get clarity. Has that been requested from our side or from the police side? If Mr. Vane can just indicate, because if it was requested from our side, I'm not aware of it, but I would like to then attend to it and assist insofar as it's possible. Can we just get clarity on that, my lady, just in order to ensure that there's adherence to insofar as we're able to adhere to the request.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Siliers. Yes, as mentioned, we have approached the investigating officer as well as the National Prosecuting Authority.
Sorry, you cut out, Mr. Vane. Can you just repeat?
We have approached the investigating officer and the National Prosecuting Authority.
Okay, so it's not from our side, so we can leave it to you.
Yes. Having said that, if your client has access to that documentation, we'd be grateful if you could furnish it to this honourable court.
I will establish that information, my lady, after the evidence of the witness has been completed.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vane.
The court, please. Mr. Erasmus, when questions were put to you by my learned friend for the state, he said that Mr. Hermanus Baron du Plessis had implicated you in various crimes. And we have taken a look at the amnesty application of Mr. Hermanus Baron du Plessis. My lady, we're going to be referring to a particular page. It was supplied. It's at D121. It's also at C, volume C 243. Milady, before I refer to the documentation, just to explain and to apologize for the mix-up in the documentation that occurred when my learned friend for the community was asking questions. We had supplied two sets of documents. One set a week before the inquest started, and those were extracts from the record in relation to each witness. We apologize that there wasn't an index attached to that set of documents. We will supply that in due course.
Yes, and unfortunately the files you provided me with, some of them don't even indicate what I have to peruse each and every file. If it's L1 or L, it doesn't show on the spine of the file. If that can be rectified.
Yes, in those extracts there wasn't an index, although all the other volumes, they are marked, and what we've handed up recently is marked L1 and L2, and currently it's L2 that pertains to Mr. Erasmus.
Yes, I think that's my point exactly. Yes. They are not marked.
All right, I'm going to ask my attorneys to check on that.
Oh, we'll appreciate that.
They should have been marked.
Thank
you. In any event, we did retrieve the amnesty application of Mr. Hermanus Baron du Plessis. And as mentioned, Milady, it's in two places. It's volume D121 and volume C243. But perhaps I'll just read out the English translation of the paragraph in question. It's at page 14 of Mr. du Plessis' amnesty application. And he says as following. The incidents in question, and we're referring to certain murders. He says it was a joint decision of General Erasmus, Colonel van Rensburg, and myself. As Commander, General Erasmus authorized and approved the operation, and I've consistently believed that I act in the performance of my official duties as such. Now, unfortunately, we are missing pages 2 to 13 of that amnesty application, but if we look at this particular page, right underneath that paragraph, it's titled Incident 3, and then Incident 3 deals with the Cradock 4. So the murders that Mr. du Plessis is talking about are not the Cradock 4 murders, but other murders. What were these other murders, Mr. Erasmus?
My lady, with respect, again, I'm not going to labor the point. This objection had been raised previously, but it should be on record. Our learned colleague now stated, Mr. Varney specifically stated that apparently on his inference from the document, although he short some pages, does not refer to the case presently before your ladyship. And on that basis, I would object against the vague question of what murders are Mr. du Plessis then referring to, implicating you and or suggesting that you were at least aware of these murders. I would respectfully submit those facts are irrelevant for determining the issues presently before you relating to the specific incident of the so-called Cradock 4.
My lady, as with the evidence we heard from Mr. Williamson yesterday, the relevance is going to become apparent quite soon. We will be submitting that there is a pattern of commonality in terms of command structure, modus operandi, and individuals involved and victims targeted between these incidents. And with my lady's indulgence, we would wish to proceed on that basis.
Okay.
My lady, just a short response. it appears, because it's very vague, I don't have the slightest idea what my learned colleague is talking about. He provided us indeed, as he stated, an index to volume L2 with extracts of what he will be using on the cross-examination of Mr. Erasmus, of which we are thankful to Mr. Varney, but those doesn't appear there. But the objection relates more, and just to reply to his response, it appears to me that what Mr. Varney suggests to you in his answer is that what he tried to establish is that Mr. Erasmus was part of a criminality conduct in general, and that he would therefore be entitled to ask him further questions on aspects and or incidents not related to the present one at all. And I respectfully submit, at best for Mr. Varney, if that is true, would maybe provide an indication of the character of General Erasmus, and I would respectfully submit that that should not be allowed on that basis.
Was it the suggestion that it's on the part of Mr. Erasmus that there is this pattern, Mr. Varney? I didn't understand the question to...
Yes, my lady. To put it simply, Mr. Erasmus was head of the security branch in Port Elizabeth, as we understand it, between 1981 and 1983. He would be very familiar with the command structure and whether, how instructions were issued, whether they were receiving orders from above, perhaps Joint Management Committee, perhaps State Security Council, in relation to incidents when he was there. He worked with individuals implicated in the Cradock 4. We believe that he can be of great assistance to this court, my lady.
So what is the question again?
Well, I first wish to confirm with the witness whether the incidents in question, I'm referring to the cases dealing with the murders of Kweza Kondila, Simpiwe Mkulu, and Topsy Madaka, whether he confirms that he did in fact apply for amnesty in relation to those cases. And then I have specific questions in relation to modus operandi and command structure.
Okay, the question did not come out that way initially. But
Yes, I wasn't allowed to put the question because I was interrupted, my lady.
Yeah, the question related to what other matters, but now the question is direct and I understand the question.
Yes.
Did you understand the question, Mr. Erasmus?
My lady, perhaps I was just indicating the ambit of questions, but perhaps now I can proceed.
Yeah, let me, in order to try and save time, if Mr. Varney wants to ask questions about the command structure, etc., I will have no objection against that. It was against the vague question of that he formulated as to what murders, suggesting that Mr. Erasmus was involved in some unknown murders, and then ask him basically in what murders were you involved in. And that was the basis of the objection. If he only laid the footwork in order to ask questions about the command structure, I have no objection against that.
Yes, Mr. Varney,
Thank you.
Clarified that now. We can proceed.
All right, so it seems then that it's a common cause that Mr. Erasmus was granted amnesty in relation to the murders of Kweza Kondila, that was in August 1981, and in the murders of Simpiwe Mkulu and Topsy Madaka in or about April 1982.
Do you confirm that, Mr. Erasmus?
Yes, I agree. Those people were there, and it was done.
That you granted amnesty in respect of the mentioned persons?
I was granted amnesty for that. I applied and I was granted amnesty.
Yes, Mr. Varney.
And am I correct in saying that other persons were also granted amnesty in relation to those cases, particularly including Hermanus Baron du Plessis and Nicolaas Janse van Rensburg.
Yeah, I can't remember who all, but I'll agree that Van Rensburg, I know, was granted amnesty. I don't know about du Plessis.
Yes, well, we do have his amnesty application as part of the record. He did apply for amnesty in relation to those cases, and like you, he was also granted amnesty. Are you aware that Mr. du Plessis and Mr. Janse van Rensburg were also involved in the Cradock 4 murders?
No, from the news I know that, but otherwise I don't. My lady.
You see, we see a great deal of similarity in relation to cases that took place in the Eastern Cape, in the greater Port Elizabeth area between 1981 and 1985. These included the cases mentioned, the Cradock 4 case, as well as the PEPCO 3 case, which my other learned friends have already raised. And the similarities include the following, and I'd like you to comment on them. The instructions that were given in these matters were done in a similar fashion, often by the same people. There was an overlap in the perpetrators carrying out these crimes. We believe that the chain of command was largely the same. The victims all happened to be anti-apartheid activists or individuals in civic action groups or people suspected of being connected to liberation movements. All the crimes were the same, kidnapping and murder. And in all cases, the disposing of the bodies was done in a similar fashion, namely the burning of the remains and the concealing thereof. So do you agree that in relation to those different factors, there's a similar pattern?
Well, it seemed to be my lady.
And while we're on similarities, what was the role of Vlakplaas in the cases that you're familiar with?
I know very little bit about Vlakplaas, my lady.
But you're aware that it was a counterinsurgency unit, a branch of the security branch.
I agree that there was a branch there, Vlakplaas is.
And you're aware that at different times it was headed by people such as Eugene de Kock, Coetzee, Jacques Cronje, and others.
I remember that the cook was in charge there, but I don't know about Coetzee.
Well,
But he was my lady.
Just to refresh your memory, it appears that Vlakplaas has played some role in virtually all these cases, including, for example, the murder of Mr. Condile. Indeed, the Amnesty Committee, in their decision, concluded that Vlakplaas was approached to conduct the elimination of Mr. Condile, and that you had approved the approaching of Mr. Coetzee for that purpose.
That I don't remember. I don't remember that, my lady. Approaching him.
Yes, well, it is a matter of record. It's in the decision as well as the amnesty transcripts. My lady, I won't refer you to them, but we will put them up in argument unless you wish to have those references now. So let's then turn to the question of the command structure itself in the Port Elizabeth security branch. When you left the security branch at the end of 1983, can you describe the basic structure of the Port Elizabeth branch, of the security branch? What were the divisions and who were in charge?
When I left, I think Colonel Snyman took over from me. And there were different black department, white students, and all that type of department. That is more or less the structure.
So you say when you went there, your second in command was Harold Snyman.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
And you say that you had subordinate branches in other centres. Would that be Uitenhage, Grahamstown, Fort Beaufort and Cradock?
Yes, my lady.
And who was in charge of the Cradock branch when you were in Port Elizabeth?
Oh, I can't remember. I think at first when I got there was a sergeant in charge in Cradock. And after that, I don't know who took over there.
Was there not an officer by the name of Lieutenant Fisher in Cradock at that time?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think there was a Fisher there.
And then you were talking about various divisions that operated under you. Did you have a division dealing with black matters?
Yes, I had.
And who was in charge of that division when you were there?
I think Barney du Plessis was in charge of the black division.
And just to make sure we don't get confused, his full name is Hermanus Baron du Plessis.
Yes. The other du Plessis was at the army.
And he's the same Hermanus Baron du Plessis who got amnesty in the Kondile, Mtimkulu, Madaka matters, but who had amnesty refused in the Cradock 4 and Pepco 3 matters.
Yes, my lady, that's the same person.
And then did you have a division dealing with technical matters?
There was a division like that. There was a one-man division.
And was that division under the command of a Captain Grayling?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what did the technical division do? What was its responsibilities?
Well, they did technical jobs. I can't go in detail about that because I don't know. I can't remember anything like that.
Well, just by way of example, would they be responsible for, say, planting bugs, or sometimes referred to as tomates, in people's homes and monitoring the post and telephone lines?
That could be its money.
Now, in terms of issuing of orders and instructions, am I right in saying that everything that happened in the Port Elizabeth security branch, you had to give particular instructions for those things to take place?
I did, my lady.
Did you at any time delegate your instruction authority?
Never. I didn't.
And did you ever receive instructions from security branch head office?
No. I did. I will. It all depends what instructions they either. I didn't receive instructions, but I don't know what you mean by did I what instruction that they gave me. But I don't know what I don't understand the question well, because the headquarters can instruct us to do certain things or don't do certain things or whatever.
Right. Well, I'm going to quote you from your own testimony before the Amnesty Committee when you were applying for amnesty. And I believe it was your counsel, Mr. Fisso, who put the following to you. He said, Mr. Erasmus's position, if a problem should arise on the ground, what would be the normal situation? Was it passed along to head office, or was it solved here on the ground? What was the expectation, and what was the practical position? And your response was, it was expected of me to solve my own problems, and if there were serious problems which I couldn't solve myself, I would refer these or report them to head office.
That's correct. No.
So then the question is, what kinds of problems or issues would you have to seek guidance or support from head office?
What kind? That I can't answer that. I can't remember.
Well, just to perhaps assist you, Mr. Erasmus, and it may be cases that you're familiar with, you know, such as the cases you applied for amnesty, but would you have approached head office before taking forward the operations to eliminate Mr. Kondila and the others, or would you simply decide that on your own at the branch level?
I decided on my own, by the way. I think I gave that evidence.
And did you never report those incidents up the chain of command?
Never.
Why not?
I didn't. Because it was a secret operation, by the way.
Well, I must put it to you that the circumstances suggest otherwise. These were individuals who were seen as troublemakers in the region, and I'm assuming because of their status they were eliminated. And I'm putting it to you that most likely you did get the authority to take part in these operations, and on their conclusion you would have reported the results to your superiors.
I deny that, my lady.
And in the Kondila matter, you even had to reach out to another unit of the security branch, namely Vlakplaas, based outside of Pretoria, to assist you in that matter. Surely you needed authority for that purpose?
I didn't approach Vlakplaas myself. I don't know who did, my lady.
Let's turn to your role on the Joint Management Committee. You've confirmed that you served on that committee while you were in Port Elizabeth. What kinds of decisions did that committee take in relation to individuals who were seen as troublemakers?
far as I remember, no decision was taken there, except the one where the educational department was to transfer from Ngoliwe to another school. And I think I remember Oudtshoorn, but now I heard Father René. But I don't know whether that ever happened.
So you do confirm that Mr. Kaniwe was discussed in the JMC, at least in relation to his transfer?
Once that I remember, my name.
Now, while on the JMC, or perhaps the JIC, the Joint Information Centre, did you ever receive messages or instructions from the State Security Council, or perhaps the Secretariat of the State Security Council?
Never. I've never received any instructions from them, my lady.
Well, let me quote to you what you said during your amnesty proceedings, and this is in response to questions put by Mr. Boyens, who I understand was representing other police officers at the time. He says this to you. He says, the nature of what was discussed there, referring to the, I believe, the JMC, and more specifically relating to the people who were active involved in trying to topple the security cot, to put it that way, was that discussed there? And you responded, the internal security situation was discussed at the JIC, the Joint Information Centre. That was what was discussed there. Do you confirm that?
I do.
And perhaps just to assist us lay people, what was the Joint Information Centre, the JIC?
I can't remember exactly, but I think it was called JIC, Joint Information Centre, where all information was pooled, my lady, from all the departments.
And was it a substructure of the JMC?
Yes, my lady.
I'm going to quote you further. Mr. Boyens poses this question, and at these subcommittee meetings, were there any discussions or suggestions as to how to combat and counter the revolutionary onslaught, and how to counter the people threatening the security situation in the country? And your response is, that is correct. You recall that?
If I said that, it is correct, ma'am.
And let's continue. Mr. Boyens asks, would it be correct to say, and it is my instructions, that at these meetings a very strong message was relayed, namely that you people in the Eastern Cape should actually control the situation? Your response is, that is correct. And Mr. Boyens asks, and the message which came through, did that come from the politicians or the police headquarters? And you respond, it came from the National Security Management System and then was followed down through the channels. Mr. Boyens asks, if you're talking about the National Security Management, are you talking about the Secretariat of the State Security Council? And your answer is correct. And Mr. Boyens makes the statement, so the Secretariat was in fact the controlling body of the JMC system, and you responded, that's how you saw it. So in fact, Mr. Erasmus, at least according to your testimony before the Amnesty Committee, you confirmed that you were receiving messages and instructions from the Secretariat of the State Security Council, one of which was to take control of the situation and to act firmly in the region.
During that time of the unrest, I suppose that's true, my lady.
Yes. So your earlier suggestion that you were not receiving any instructions from above, that's not entirely correct.
I said, personally, I didn't receive any instructions directly. I didn't personally receive instructions, my lady.
Now, I want to quote to you a passage from the Truth and Reconciliation report. Milady, it is part of volume LT, it's item 1.7. And it's from the TRC final report. Unfortunately, I don't, in my notes here, I don't have the actual chapter number, but we can get those to your ladyship. It's on page 37, it's paragraph 372 of the TRC final report. The quote reads as follows. Given the overwhelming evidence in this respect, the Commission concluded that the leadership of the security branch and a significant proportion of the military leadership were involved in unlawful covert operations. Former State President F.W. de Klerk has suggested that such activity was unauthorized and undertaken by groups of renegades or bad apples. Let me pause there. Do you agree with the statement made by the former State President, the late F.W. de Klerk? Actually, in his submission to the TRC, he washed his hands of these kinds of operations that you have been involved in, and he said that was the work of renegades and bad apples. Do you agree with the statement of the late Mr. de Klerk?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Well, a politician can say anything, my lady.
Yes, I think we're probably all in agreement with that response. But perhaps you can elaborate and explain why you didn't believe you were a bad apple. You were not just some kind of isolated case going off on a private frolic of your own. Why were you not a bad apple or a renegade?
Because I'm not that type of person. I'm not a renegade. I'm not a bad person, my lady.
Yes, well, let me put it to you, that you were acting as an officer of the security branch in a certain context where you felt that the country was under a revolutionary onslaught, and that you were acting within a framework that said that these kinds of actions, murders of individuals regarded as troublemakers, as the like, were not only acceptable, they were expected. And in fact, you were receiving instructions from superiors to carry out those kinds of crimes. And when you did carry them out, you were rewarded. You weren't punished. Am I right?
I never received anything like that from any council or anybody, and I was never rewarded for anything, my lady.
Well, let me carry on with this quote then. The placing and promotion of personnel suggests that those in charge of the security branch were well aware of the existence and effectiveness of covert operations. Officers such as General Gerrit Erasmus, yourself, Brigadier Nicolaas van Rensburg, Major Hermanus du Plessis, all of whom had a long history of committing abuses, were not only promoted, but by the end of the 1980s, were based at security branch headquarters. Thus, not only were their activities endorsed, but they were placed in a position where they were able significantly to influence and direct security policy from national headquarters. Do you agree with that statement?
I wasn't at security headquarters. I was at that part is right. And I don't totally agree with that statement.
Why not?
Because it's not true.
What exactly was not true?
That we were sent to headquarters to carry out certain work.
Yes.
That is not true.
I think the point that the Truth Commission is trying to make is that the carrying out of these kinds of operations, which were crimes under law, were not a hindrance to your career. At no point were you demoted or dismissed or charged.
Oh, I wasn't charged, and I don't know why and why not. And I can't answer that question.
Yes, and you were not disciplined either, or sidelined because you had engaged in such operations. Well,
no, I was not sidelined at all.
Yes, you were not. May I ask, when you retired, or just remind us, when did you retire from the police?
1992, my lady.
And your rank when you were in Port Elizabeth, you were a colonel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you retired, what was your rank?
I was a Major General.
So in fact, you retired with one of the highest ranks in the police. I believe it might be the third highest rank.
Yes, my lady.
And you were promoted, notwithstanding that during your policing career, we've talked about the Kondila murder, we've talked about Mtimkulu and Madaka as well. But you were also granted amnesty for the bombing of Kasatu House in 1987 and Kotso House in 1988, and the bombing of the Why Not Club in Hillbrow, Johannesburg, also in 1988, as well as the cover-up and murder of Stanza Bapape. Notwithstanding those kinds of activities, you were promoted to the third highest rank in the police.
I can't comment on that.
Yes. No further questions already.
Mr. Skuman, any questions?
No questions for myself, my lady.
Alrighty then, thank you very much, Mr. Erasmus. Thank you for your time. You are now excused. Oh, I didn't ask Mr. Sidia whether you had any re-examination. I'm sorry about that.
I don't, my lady, but what I can say in the same room that we are is Mr. De Meyer, who acts on behalf of Mr. Baron du Plessis. And he just indicated to me, that's why I interrupted, that he may have a question. Can I then ask maybe that I change seats with him, that he take the seat where I am,
Yes.
and he can then ask, if your ladyship permit, that the question or questions that he has.
Thank you. Thank you about that.
Good morning, my lady.
It's true what they say, out of sight, out of mind.
My lady, you will understand me. I've only mentioned this to Mr. Sidia not to ask a question, but to irritate him and not you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. De Meyer. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
You ready? Okay, thank you. You are excused then, Mr. Erasmus.
Thank you very much, my lady.
My lady, I see it is now, what's the time?
5 to
It's
1.
12:40, 12, yeah, 10 to 1. Our next witness, General Engelbrecht, will be available. I'm a little bit worried about the time situation, whether we will be able to finish him, but he is available if the direction from you is that he should be the next witness. Then I will just ask for maybe if we can take the adjournment now and maybe commence 10 minutes earlier in order to just to prepare for Mr. Erasmus to leave and General Engelbrecht to come to the witness place and get the necessary documents ready. We would appreciate it. He is available if your direction is that we should proceed with him. My attorney just want to convey something to me.
I've circulated the statement of General Engelbrecht, but I haven't received feedback because I've connected with the problems.
My attorney just want to
They got it.
me to convey that he did circulate also a statement for General Engelbrecht, but according, I suppose, on the feedback where it indicates whether people have opened the email, he didn't receive any feedback. He just wants to make sure that the other parties also receive the statement prepared on behalf of General Engelbrecht. If they haven't, we will recirculate it now. But I then repeat the request that we maybe take the lunch adjournment now in order to prepare for General Engelbrecht to take the stand with the concern that I don't know whether the time left for today will be sufficient, but I leave that for you to decide.
Yes.
But we haven't received any email from Mr. Miller regards to General Engelbrecht's statement.
Okay. If you can have those statements circulated, apparently not everyone has received the statement.
We will, whilst we are talking, my attorney is busy recirculating, my lady.
Lady, do we have your permission to mark your volume L during the lunch break
Yes, by all means you may.
as a corporate?
We agreed that we should take the lunch and adjournment now to resume at 2 o'clock. Will that be suitable to everyone? Court will adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock.
All right.
Thank you, my lady.
Have you got any objection to taking the oath?
No, my lady.
And do you regard the oath as binding to your conscience?
That's correct.
Please swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth.
Correct.
Just raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Celia, I'm going to kick off.
Thank you, my lady. General, can you confirm that we have prepared an affidavit for you for the convenience of the court? General, can you confirm that we have prepared an affidavit or a statement for you?
I confirm.
Do you have it in front of you?
Correct.
Will you please proceed and read it out into the record?
I do. I am an adult male and a pensioner. I'm 85 years of age. I retired on 30 April 1994 from South African Police, holding the rank of General, Major General. The facts contained in this affidavit fall, unless otherwise, indicate that in my personal knowledge and are both true and correct. I was requested to attend the inquest relating to the death of Matthew Skuniva, Fort Kalata, Cecilio Mhloli, and Spero Mkontu, Cradock form, in the above court, and to testify and disclose all and or any facts falling within my personal knowledge relating to the death of the Cradock form. In order to assist the Honourable Court in the above regard, I instructed my legal team to prepare an affidavit on my behalf, wherein I will deal with the relevant issues and to disclose my involvement that I had or may have in this regard. I also, in particular, deal with the allegations by one Mr. Jean de Kock that he was allegedly informed by the late Major Sakaman said sometimes after the killing of the Cradock that I allegedly assisted with the withdrawal of vehicles fines relating to certain vehicles registered to use by the security branch of the South African Police in Port Elizabeth, North Kubega. At the outset, I wish to emphatically deny that I had any involvement in or knowledge relating to the planning and or execution of the murders of the Cradock Four. I also deny the alleged comment of the late Van Zyl insofar as he may have conveyed some to the cook. I confirm that I was a member of the South African Police during 1985. At that stage, I held the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and was attached to the South African Police. I was the commanding officer of the Brixton Murder and Robbery Unit. I subsequently retired on the 3rd of April 1994 and held the rank of Major General at that stage. It is important to provide the Honourable Court with the following information relating to my service recording during the relevant period. During 1985, I served as the commanding officer of the Brixton in Johannesburg Murder and Robbery Unit of the South African Police. I held the rank of Lieutenant Colonel at that stage. In May 1987, I was transferred to the headquarters of the Detective Branch of the South African Police as Desk Liaison Officer for the Murder and Robbery Units. I emphatically deny any involvement and or knowledge in the planning and or execution of the killing of the Cradock Four. I further emphatically deny that I got involved in the investigation of the incident after the killing of the Cradock Four and or assisted with the withdrawal of any traffic fines relating to motor vehicles of the Port Elizabeth security branch either as alleged or at all. With reference to the allegations by Mr. de Kock, that he was informed by the late Mr. Van Zyl that I assisted with the withdrawal and or any other conduct relating to motor vehicles of the security branch of Port Elizabeth, I wish to state the following. As already mentioned, I emphatically deny any such involvement. I wish to point out that these allegations are extremely vague and therefore difficult to properly deal with. It is also significant that the late Van Zyl himself never raised the allegations even when he was disclosing his involvement in great detail during the amnesty hearing before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission before the past away. In fact, it appears from the transcripts of the proceedings that he had no recollection of the discussion with Mr. de Kock. Insofar as Van Zyl may have conveyed and any allegation referred to me as alleged that I emphatically state that Van Zyl was not truthful. I repeat my emphatic denial of any involvement in or knowledge of the planning and execution of the killing and or concealment of the conduct of the people involved thereafter of the Cradock fall. That is my statement, my lady, made on my behalf by my legal team.
Thank you.
Sorry, my lady, that concludes the evidence of General Engelbrecht, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Coachman.
My colleague, Mr. Bisaki, will lead the cross-examination.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Busakwe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Engelbrecht. Can you hear me, Mr. Engelbrecht? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it correct that in your days they called you Krappies?
That's correct.
Oh, thank you. Correct that you are a former SAP security branch member that was attached to the murder and robbery and stationed at the head office.
Sorry, but repeat your questions. I do not understand you quite clearly what you meant by...
You are a former member of the SAP, the then SAP and SAPS, that was stationed in at the head office. The branch was murder and robbery.
I was the desk officer for the and liaison officer for the murder and robbery units in South Africa.
Yes. When did you start being a policeman?
Sorry, say again?
When did you start to be a policeman, sir?
Policeman, that's the 25th of January 1958.
Yes. Briefly, tell this court your credentials, your ranks, and where at the station that you were put at the time of your practice, or at the time of your policing.
Sorry, but I don't understand your question. I can't read it. But yeah,
when did you, as a policeman, at a rank of a constable, where were you stationed?
Well, I was stationed in the Witwatersrand Police Division at Newlands Police Station, nowadays the Sophia Police Station.
Yes, and promoted, where did you go?
Well, where do I go from there? Well, I was transferred from the Newlands Police Station to Fortsburg Police Station in 1964. Then I was transferred back to the John Foster Square Police Station in the 1966. And then again...
What rank you were holding then? I'm sorry.
As a sergeant.
What
a
rank?
sergeant. A sergeant.
Sergeant. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, and from there, then I was transferred to Newlands again, and from Newlands then, in 1972, I was transferred to Soweto as commanding officer of the Soweto Murder and Robbery Unit. And from there, on the 3rd of September 1984, I was transferred from the Soweto Murder and Robbery Unit to the Brixton Murder and Robbery Unit. And on the during 1987, I was transferred to the Detective Branch headquarters, where I held the position of the liaison officer for the Murder and Robbery Units. And from there...
Sorry, which rank were you then holding?
Yeah, that was then. In the meantime, I passes my lieutenant exams. I passes my courses to captain, passes my courses to major, and I passes my courses to lieutenant general, lieutenant colonel, and I passes my courses to a full colonel. I was a full colonel when I was transferred to the headquarters, Detective Branch headquarters. And on the from the Detective Branch, I was charged. I was transferred on the let me see, on 1987, May the 4th, to the headquarters, and then on the 2nd of November 1999, I was transferred to the security branch. Then I stay at the security branch until I went on pension.
Where were you stationed when you were with the security branch? Which quarters?
Stations?
Yes.
My stations was in Soweto, was at the Murder and Robbery Unit. My offices was in the beginning at Meadowlands Police Station, and then we moved to the Protea headquarters where my offices was. And from there, my offices at the Detective Branch was at the headquarters Detective Branch. And my office at Security Branch was at headquarters in Pretoria.
Thank you very much. And then, as a policeman, did you know Mr. Van Zyl?
Sorry, I had a Van Wyk at Murder and Robbery Unit at Brixton, but I don't not any other Van Wyk.
Yes. What is the name of that Van Zyl that you knew?
It's Andre Van Wyk.
Excuse me?
I say Andre Van Wyk.
Van Zyl, sir. I'm asking about Van Zyl.
Van?
Johan Martin Van Zyl.
No, sorry. I can't remember him. Sorry. As far as I can remember, he never served under my control that I know him personally.
He had a nickname just like you. He was called Saki. Can you remember something?
Saki Van Zyl. I never met him. in my career, and I don't know where he was stationed. I don't have any trace of him.
We don't know Saki van at all.
At all.
Thank you. Do you know Mr. Eugene de Cock?
I know him. The cook, yeah, I know him.
How do you know Mr. de Cock?
Mr. de Cock, when I was transferred from the detective branch to the security branch, Mr. de Cock was in charge of Vlakplaas.
When did you first meet Mr. de Cock?
Did you say again?
When did you first meet Mr. de Cock?
When do I meet Mr. de Cock? I
recall
meet
when?
him. Say again?
Can you recall when you
Sorry?
first met with him?
When I met him,
Yes.
that was I think during 1989. It was during the Armscommissie.
1989. And you have also spoken that he was with the Vlakplaas. Can you elaborate to the court what was happening there?
I met him, as I said, I met him at 89, and then I actually was his commanding officer when he was at Vlakplaas. And that was when I took officially over the section of Vlakplaas in the 1st of January 1991.
Thank you. What was happening in Vlakplaas?
Vlakplaas was used before I arrived at the scene there on political investigations in that area. And my police headquarters decided after the disbanding of the ANC and its alliances that there is no more need for them to operate in that area and that they should move to a criminal area. And that was my function to see that they rather moved away from the political area to a criminal area that they can conduct their investigations and help the detectives.
I'm constantly seeking for the answer of the question.
It means,
I'm sorry.
it means that I was transferred with the aim of, with the instruction to reconstruct C10, the Vlakplaas unit.
What operations were done at Vlakplaas? That was the question.
The question is this, as I have said before, and that was not my, I don't have knowledge of that, but the little knowledge I have, that they were concentrated on political cases, political crimes against the state at that time, you see. But at my time, when I restructured during January 1981, I moved them away from that area, and then they conduct investigations in the investigation of criminal cases, with and specifically more to recover stolen and smuggling firearms.
In other words, you're saying to the court that you disbanded this that unit at Vlakplaas. It is you who disbanded that unit, and by taking them to another to investigate other crimes.
After the reconstruction, they moved completely away from the political area. And they were then instructed to conduct the investigations in a criminal area, with other words, looking for suspects in housebreaking cases, for murder cases, smuggling of drugs, smuggling of firearms, etc.
Thank you very much. And according to you, there was no bad blood between you and Mr. Van Zyl.
I do not know which one, right? Yeah.
Yes, the person that you don't know never quarreled.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but he heard Van Wyk. I think the question was relating to Van Zyl.
Van Zyl, yes. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I had no contact, no relations with Saki van Zyl.
You had at the time any bad blood between you? Was there any bad blood between you and Eugene de Kock?
That's correct. It's Vlakplaas. It was Jean de Kock. But after the reconstruction, the Vlakplaas units was divided in 2 units. Jean went away with the one took charge of 1 unit, and another officer took charge of the other people that was left by Jean.
The gist of that
But he was still under my control.
You were friends. You never quarreled.
No, I won't say friends. We were colleagues, yeah.
You were
But
colleagues,
not real-
and there was
Yeah.
no quarrel between you.
Yeah.
According to Mr. Van Zyl, the one you say you do not know, he testified in the Truth Commission and he told the commission that you were the one that took over the investigations of the Cradock 4.
I deny that emphatically. It's nonsense.
And according to Van Zyl, after taking over the docket, you made certain evidence to disappear so that nobody can be charged.
I
In respect
deny,
of Cradock 4.
I deny it emphatically. That's nonsense. That's a lie.
My lady, with respect, may I just request that counsel provides some detail on that statement that he put. My recollection of reading the evidence of Mr. Van Zyl was that he actually denied any knowledge and or that he could remember talking to Mr. de Kock in this regard, although he said it may have been possible. But if counsel can just maybe provide some detail on this last statement that Mr. Van Zyl or Major Van Zyl testified that this witness presently in the witness box made some evidence disappear.
Thank you. Please refer to the proceedings at the TRC. In the notes that are before court worship, it would be page 91 and 92, the testimony of Van Zyl.
Which File would that be? On the call.
Volume D, from page 291 and 292, Your Honor. I leave to the court to actually read to the witness what is contained there.
Sorry, just help me again. Which part of the TRC record are you referring to?
Volume D, my lady. Pages 291, from pages 291.
Have you got that, Mr. Celia, and the witness?
My lady, I would maybe suggest that the suggestion by counsel that he will read it in order to save time is the prudent manner. So if your ladyship agrees with that, then I would request counsel to indeed read the passage that he refers to or relies on for purposes of a response from the witness.
Yes, Mr. Posakwe.
I mean, please, my lady. Thank you. The questions were put by a commissioner, Mr. S. Hugo, to the witness, Mr. Engelbach.
To Mr.?
To Mr. Engelbach, to the witness.
Aren't you talking about Mr. Van Zyl?
I beg your pardon, to Van Zyl, regarding the witness that is before court, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
Yes. Yes, what was the question?
The response from Van Zyl at the end of the page was that.
Let's start with the question, Mr.
Question
Posakwe.
is, my question, my lady, was based on that. The witness before court
Yes.
was.
Can you read the question directly?
Oh, it was put to the witness. Then he says, apparently you were there for 14 days and that you informed him that General Krapis Engelberg took over investigations. Did you say that to him?
To whom?
It was put to by Mr. Hugo to Mr. Van Zyl. And Van Zyl responded by saying, that is possible, Chairperson. And the following question was that, and is that in line with the objective of the facts to the best of your knowledge? The response is that that is correct, although it was only in 1988 that I was informed that General Engelberg had taken over the investigation. I do not know exactly when before that it was that he took over. But I do know that Eric informed me that in 1988, General Krapis was involved with the investigations. The following question is that when Well, you just tell us, for interest's sake, how it occurred that General Engelbrecht took over the investigation. I think that during that stage, Engelbrecht was still involved with murder and robbery, and at the head office in Procedural. I do not know where he was doing during 1988. Taylor phoned me to inform that General Engelbrecht was in Port Elizabeth and that he would be investigating my matter. May I proceed further?
Yes, what is the question? Based on what you have just read out?
My lady, may I proceed with the, before I base my question? May I read further?
Okay, proceed.
My lady, with respect, if I can just respond, the objection was based on the statement by counsel that Mr. Van Zyl testified that this witness, General Engelbrecht, made evidence disappear. That was the objection, and then he said he would read us the portion from the record where that appears. And that is absolutely not what he did. So with great respect, if that is what he relied on, I persist with my objection that he was wrong, and I'm not suggesting deliberately so, but he clearly made a mistake when he put to this witness that Mr. Van Zyl testified to the effect that General Engelbrecht made evidence disappear in the Cradock 4 matter.
Is there a part where that appears, Mr. Pusako, you're proposing that you read further? Are you going to take us to that part?
I propose to read further because it is not contained in the part that I've just read.
Yes, are you going to take us to that part?
I am going to talk. Go to that.
Okay, just read that relevant part then.
Did General Engelbrecht ever liaise with you regarding the issue? That is a question from the Commissioner. And the response, my Lord, is that I met him for the first time in Pretoria, and that was during 1988, and General Engelbrecht spoke to me about the matter. What did he say to you? General Engelbrecht told me that he was investigating the matter, that I was a suspect in the matter.
Yes, Mr. Pusako.
And I'm going further. But why on earth General Engelbrecht tried to bluff you by saying that you were the subject matter? What would he achieve through this? The response was that perhaps the information at that time regarding case, he might have been trying to catch me. And then we go further down, my Lord. A minute, please, may the court bear with me for a minute.
All right.
But I just ask you, you know, in terms of your version, you received orders from higher levels of the hierarchy. why did you not tell General Angapech that this was a security operation and I was not involved in that?
Would you mind going to the part where an allegation was made that the witness made certain evidence disappear? Excuse me.
Yes, I've come to the point now, my lord.
Please do.
The question by Mr. S. Shugo is that the final aspect of this discussion between you and Mr. de Kock was that he took over all traffic offense fines that were issued on the yellow police vehicle. Is that true?
No.
Yes, Mr. Pusaka. Any luck, Mr. Pusakwe?
At every time, point in time, I'll withdraw this question for a moment.
Yes,
and then
because what you read about the traffic tickets relates to Mr. de Kock.
As the pleases the court. You say you know Mr. de Kock. Mr. de Kock.
I know him, yes. He was a member of our class.
And according to you, there is no bad blood between you?
No. As far as I'm concerned, nothing.
Strangely, he also testified. In fact, do you know that he was called in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission?
Who testified? The court?
Yes,
or on sale?
You, both of them. I'm now referring to Eugene de Kock. You don't know whether he was called or not?
No, I do not understand your question with all due respect.
The question is that, do you know whether Mr. Eugene Sakis de Kock testified in the PRC?
No, I do not know that. I had no knowledge of it.
You have no knowledge of it?
Is he also known as Sakis?
Excuse me?
Is Mr. de Kock also known as Sakis? You refer to him as Sakis?
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon, Worship. And it is his testimony that he confirms. In fact, he said that you took over investigations of the Cradock case.
Can you refer us to the relevant part where Mr. de Kock makes this allegation?
Also from pages I beg your pardon. From pages 831 of the bulk
Of the?
Of the TRC bulk. Volume 2. From pages 838. What is your comment?
What did he confirm, Mr. Busakwe?
That,
what did Mr. Tikok confirm?
That Mr. Engelberg took over investigations of the Cradock 4 from Captain Elsa.
Is what would your response be to that?
I deny it. I never took over. I already testified. I had no knowledge of the killing of the Cradock 4 people. I had nothing to do with the investigation. The divisional of the police of the Eastern Cape had its own people, own detectives to investigate that murder case. I had nothing to do. I was at the headquarters. I was the liaison officer of the murder and robbery units in the country.
And you don't know why they would go to the TRC commission and tell them those lies. I suppose you don't know.
Yes, I don't think the witness can enlighten us in regards thereto.
Lastly, do you know investigating officer in this case, Colonel Dwewa?
No, I don't know him.
Before the counsel next to you, who was your lawyer?
It's late Mr. Jan Wagner.
According to Mr. Driver, you said, Mr. Wagner said, you must not speak to him, to you. He must not speak to you. That is the investigator.
That I had no knowledge of it whatsoever.
Yes.
So you gave those instructions that the investigator must not speak to you, to Mr. Wagner.
I don't follow the question, Mr. Bosoko. I don't get the question.
My lady, still wants to know whether he, in fact, the witness, in fact, instructed Mr. Wagner not to speak, for a court official, for a police official not to speak to him at all.
Not to speak to
the witness version.
The witness
Did
told
the witness instruct the attorney that no police official must speak to him, to the witness?
Should speak to Mr. Engelbrecht.
Yes.
Do you follow the question, Mr. Engelbrecht?
I follow it, my lady.
Did you
as far as I'm concerned, that the investigating officer never contacted me. And I cannot answer on behalf of the late Mr. Jan Wagner. Really, I cannot.
That being all my lady.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you very much.
Mr. Mugaitobi.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Engelbrecht, can I just start with the last issue that was being discussed between you and my learned friend, which is the fact that Mr. de Kock referenced you as a sweeper, somebody who cleans up and makes the traces of the crime to disappear. Do you remember that you had that reputation or not?
Yeah, I don't have it. There's another officer that had it, and I don't want to name his name because he got nothing to do with this hearing. But I deny that, and if the cook actually alleged it, then he's talking nonsense.
So you say someone else has that reputation, but not you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Can I start? I'm going to give you 3 places to see that other people have found that you have that reputation. The first is the judgment called S versus de Kock. If I could hand this up, my lady. It has been circulated. It will be added to volume M. And this was a judgment in the sentencing proceedings against Mr. de Kock, where he was charged with 121 counts. But what is interesting is what appears at page 10 under count 1 to 10. I've done an English translation, but you can read the Afrikaans translation and tell me if I've got it wrong. And this is what it says.
I was hoping you were also going to have a go at reading Afrikaans, Mr. Mugaitobi, and I was listening.
Not in a case involving the Cradock 4. I would be committing a political sin. Charges 1 to 10, these offenses were committed without there being, as in others, which will be discussed later, any suggestion of an order to commit them. It is clear that Holzhausen and Van Zyl had a contract with Tiso and his companions and set the planning for the offenses in motion. The accused was, however, in due course informed of the proposed conduct and kept abreast of the planning. As appears from the judgment on the merits, it was ensured that a sufficient number of policemen of C1.0 and Pretoria murder and robbery were on the scene at Nelspruit in order to give the deceased no chance of survival. Was that your section, murder and robbery, Mr. Engelbrecht?
I was never stationed at the Pretoria murder and robbery unit.
Okay. C1.0?
I was not, as I said, I was not stationed at Pretoria murder and robbery unit. I was the liaison officer of all the murder and robbery units in the country.
Yes. Let's carry on then. The conduct was planned in detail by, among other things, the obtaining of Aurajo's vehicle, weapons and ammunition to place in the vehicle, and petrol with which to destroy the vehicle. All facts of which the accused was previously aware, or at least became aware on the scene. Even the facts exhibit 1R is worded in such a way that there is no danger that police members from Nelspruit will be present at the murder scene. During the incident itself, the accused at one stage, on his own evidence, took control of the scene. The 4 deceased were cold-bloodedly shot dead in the vehicle, and with no regard or respect even for the dead's bodily integrity. The vehicle and the deceased bodies were charred. That means they were bent. The accused himself is responsible for Aurajo being instructed to report his vehicle as stolen. when the problem of Tiso cropped up, it was cold-bloodedly said that he had to be taken to Penge. There could have been no doubt as to how Tiso would meet his end. He would be shot dead and his body destroyed to such an extent that he could never be traced. The murder of the 4 occupants is cruel and cold-blooded, but the murder of Tiso and the manner in which his body was destroyed fills one with horror. At no stage was an attack by any of the 5 persons launched by any of the policemen. On the contrary, no weapon was found in the vehicle other than those which, after the incident, were placed thereon. And here is your name, Mr. Engelbrecht. After the incident, there was lying and deceit to conceal the true nature of the incident. General Engelbrecht, on all versions, takes part in this cover-up. Part of the concealment is apparently to obtain, in a fraudulent manner, compensation for an accomplice in these murders. A further outflow of the whole conduct is that, under false pretenses, money is obtained from an insurance company. So, Mr. Engelbrecht, a judge who was the deputy president of the Transvaal Provincial Division, found in 1997 that you were part to lying, deceit, concealment, cover-up, and fraud to cover the offenses of the policemen. Do you have any comment on that? That was Judge van der Merwe.
My comment is plainly that's nonsense. I deny it. I was never. And if you read that record correctly, then you will see that the head of the murder and robbery unit of the Nelspruit unit visited that incident shortly, within half an hour after it happened. It visited it. I was only there day afterwards, on my way to the Crocodile National Park for a meeting. I passes that scene.
Yes, well, according to the judge, you were not just there passing. In fact, you were deeply implicated in a systematic concealment and cover-up. Then there is a second document where, again, your credentials as a sweeper, a man who deceitfully covers up an offense, is mentioned. It is the Truth and Reconciliation Committee report. They were circulated under volume L3, and it is page 1 and 2, right at the bottom of the page. It is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission final report. In the last paragraph of page 1, this is what is stated about Mr. Engelbrecht as a sweeper, somebody who covers up the dirty crimes of the apartheid police. It says at paragraph 520, the March 1994 Goldstone report on the criminal activities of the SAP, KZP, and IFP provides further compelling evidence of senior police officers attempting to subvert a government-appointed commission of inquiry. According to the report, senior members of the SAP repeatedly approached police officers associated with the Goldstone Commission during the course of the investigation in ways that could only be construed as obstructive. Further, once the police became aware of Goldstone's interest in false passports, persons in possession of such passports were requested to bring them for destruction. And then it says, similarly, Goldstone investigators learned that Major General Engelbrecht, the head of the C-section, had ordered the destruction of all documentation relating to the SAP's involvement with Inkatha. So again, you feature as the man they go to clean up the dirty deeds of the apartheid police. In this case, you ordered the destruction of all of the records that recorded the involvement of the South African police with Inkatha. What do you say to that?
I deny it emphatically.
Yes. Again, the whole Truth and Reconciliation Commission lied and Mr. Engelbrecht is telling the truth.
Yeah,
And then,
why did they not call me then as a witness to defend myself?
well, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was public. The findings have been public since 1998. You've done nothing about them until now.
No, I had not to do nothing because I did not know about it.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Engelbrecht, you should have known about them. They've been public, that you instructed the destruction of records. Now, then, it's in this context that the third allegation that is made by Mr. Eugene de Kock against you is very, very important. Because what we see for the third time is that, according to Mr. Saki van Zyl, he met you in 1988 and you told him that you were investigating the Cradock 4 incident. And according to Mr. Eugene de Kock, you in fact destroyed the evidence relating to the Cradock 4 matters because you did not want the traffic tickets to be linked to the police vehicle that was involved in the scene, which is precisely the same pattern that you did with Mr. de Kock and that you did when you instructed the destruction of the records with the Inkatha and SAP. Any comment on that?
I deny it.
My lady, with respect, just for the record purposes, what council now stated should be put in its proper context. The proper context is the following. Mr. de Kock didn't claim any personal knowledge of this issue. Mr. de Kock based his knowledge of the allegation against this witness on what he testified Mr. van Zyl told him. When Mr. van Zyl testified, he was confronted with this and he denied any knowledge or recollection of that statement to Mr. de Kock. That is the proper context of what my learned colleague is now putting to this witness.
Yes, my lady, I think I'm exhausted with responding to my learned friend who constantly insists on speaking on behalf of the witnesses. On the 6th of March, 1998, this is what Mr. de Kock said at the TRC. Let me read it out for you, Mr. Engelbrecht. First, there is a question by Mr. Hugo. And did he also make mention of the vehicle and the investigation regarding this incident? That's the question. Mr. de Kock answers, that is now from the side of head office. From head office, there was an investigation launched by Krapis Engelbrecht, who was the head of murder and robbery divisions on a national basis. And Krapis Engelbrecht, he then removed all the traffic tickets given to this or issued to this section. He removed them all. What I'm putting to you now, Mr. Krapis Engelbrecht, is that this pattern of you cleaning up a crime scene is perfectly compatible with findings made by a judge and by the TRC. Any comment?
I still deny it. I had but nothing to do with the traffic offences of the vehicles in the Eastern Cape.
Yes. Now, then you have, this is now number 4, you have Colonel Dweber coming to take a witness statement from you, and you sent Mr. Jan Wagner with an instruction not to cooperate. Is that correct?
No, I cannot remember it.
Yes. Thank you, my lady.
Here, Mr. Vani.
As the court pleases. Mr. Engelbrecht, just to sum up your evidence and to use your words, you emphatically deny that you was involved in any way in helping to cover up the Cradock 4 murders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also emphatically deny that you had absolutely no involvement or connection to the Cradock 4 investigation whatsoever.
That's correct.
The evidence of Mr. Saki van Zyl has been put to you by my learned friend for the state. And that's volume D, page 292, where Mr. Hugo alleged that he had met with Mr. Engelbrecht in 1988 or thereabouts, and in fact had been told by you that he was a suspect in the matter. Do you have any recollection of that encounter?
No, it's nonsense. I did not even know Saki van Zyl at that stage. Ever I know him whatsoever.
Did you happen to visit Port Elizabeth in the late 1980s, in particular 1988 and 1989?
No, now that I cannot recall of.
So I want to refer you to the evidence of Mr. Hermanus Baron du Plessis. And milady, that's in volume C at page 988. Now he alleges in his own amnesty testimony that he did see you some years after the incident in question. He says 1988 or 1989. Is Mr. du Plessis mistaken in that regard?
Now, I met him when I was transferred to the security branch in 1919, November 1919. He was the second in charge at the Plug Plus unit. And he was under the control of Brigadier van Rensburg.
So you did meet him then?
Yeah.
And did you discuss the Cradock 4 incident?
He never mentioned a word about the Cradock 4 to me. Never.
So when Mr. Bezos put a question to Mr. du Plessis in his amnesty hearing, the question was it the practice of the security police officer, whenever parking tickets were issued to them, to say that they were there on official and sensitive duties, and upon that assurance the public prosecutor, it was necessary for them to park, and upon that assurance the parking tickets were withdrawn. And Mr. du Plessis says, I believe so. So according to Mr. du Plessis, there was a practice of the security branch liaising at least with public prosecutors to have these parking tickets withdrawn. Are you familiar with that practice?
No, I'm not.
Did it ever happen in your experience?
No.
Well, according to Mr. du Plessis, he seems to be saying that that was quite routine practice. Now,
well, it could be a routine practice between the security branch members, but not amongst me and the security branch members. I don't know about that.
Now, Mr. Toby has already put to you a finding from a high court in relation to your conduct in covering up. Now, we wish to put it to you that there are other allegations made against you, accusing you of being a sweeper in relation to very serious crimes. And these allegations have been made by Eugene de Kock. So, for example, when Eugene de Kock applied for amnesty in relation to the Craig Dooley murder, my lady, we're referring to volume L3, that's item 4 at page 2. That's Mr. de Kock's amnesty hearing. I'd like to put the following passage to you, Mr. Engelbrecht, for your comment. The evidence which was heard by the Harms Commission with regard to various incidents, which we will not discuss at length, was this correct evidence or fabricated evidence? And Mr. Engelbrecht, just to refresh your memory, the Harms Commission was set up to investigate alleged death squads within the South African police.
That's correct.
And Mr. de Kock responds, no, this evidence was fabricated in all regards, documentary and other. Mr. Hutting, in other words, the Harms Commission was completely misled. Mr. de Kock, yes, the judge was misled from the very first day. Mr. Hutting, and were there high-ranking officers who were involved in this deception? Mr. de Kock, yes. Mr. Hutting, can you mention any names? Mr. de Kock, I could begin among others with General Nick van Rensburg, with General Engelbrecht. That's yourself, Mr. Engelbrecht. I could refer to Brigadier Schoon. I can then refer to the then Brigadier Johan Leroux. I could refer to General Barcy Smith. It was a very high-level and sophisticated cover-up action. Mr. Hutting, the removal of records and documentation and that sort of thing. Mr. de Kock, yes, Chairperson, amongst others, my personal files were just about emptied and destroyed, among others. So Mr. de Kock is accusing you and other senior officers of deception and the destruction and removal of documents that could have served before the Harms Commission. What is your response?
I deny it emphatically.
And then also in the Craig Dooley amnesty application, certain questions were put by Mr. Hutting to Mr. de Kock in relation to the murder of a certain Brian in Kokolonga. He was an Askari who was taken out in 1990, and the passage I'm going to put to you reads as follows. Mr. Hutting says, and Brian Kokolonga, there was also an involvement of him in that incident. Mr. de Kock, yes, that is correct. Mr. Hutting, and it was also feared that he would expose information. Mr. de Kock, yes, it is not that there was a fear, but that the information already existed, that he had made contact with the ANC. Mr. Hutting, yes. And who decided that he should be eliminated? Mr. de Kock, Nick van Rensburg, who was then the commander of Section C1, in other words, Vlugplaas, as well as the chief investigative officer of the police and the security forces and the Harms Commission, General Engelbrecht. So, Mr. Engelbrecht, there's a very serious accusation that not only were you involved in trying to prevent information being exposed, but Mr. de Kock is accusing you and Nick van Rensburg of taking the decision to have Mr. Nkolunga eliminated. Your response?
I denied emphatically, and at that stage I had nothing to do with the security police. I was a detective at the detective branch. And if that decision was taken, it was taken amongst themselves. And it comes from de Kock. I had my doubts.
But you say there was no blood between the two of you.
What do you say?
You stated that your relationship with Mr. de Kock was a cordial relationship.
100%. And at that stage, I did not even knew properly. So I was not actually interested where he come from and what he was doing. He was instructed to attend the Harams Committee by his own officers and not by me.
Well, let's move on. Mr. de Kock has more to say. In his amnesty hearing dealing with the establishment of Dead Letter Box and the murder of one Adrian Bambo, and this is also at volume L3, item 4. Mr. de Kock says as follows. In General Engelbrecht's office at the security headquarters, he requested me to instruct one of my members of Vlakplaas to accompany the murder and robbery unit of the East Rand to eliminate a former informer of Captain Coetzee, who at that time was known as Timol Coetzee. De Kock adds, my instructions were that this informer involved himself in an armed robbery and that he was on the point to disclose very sensitive information. Afterwards, I instructed Warrant Officer Brits to accompany this member of this unit who was stationed at Benoni. Mr. Hutting, do you know who the member was? Mr. de Kock, I do not. Mr. Hutting asks, at various opportunities, you testified that your actions concerning incidents for which you applied for amnesty was covered up with post-mortem inquests in the Harams Commission and so forth. Mr. de Kock, yes, for example, the Maponya case is one of the prominent examples. Mr. Hutting, was General Engelbrecht aware of this cover-up? Mr. de Kock, yes, he was part of this cover-up operation. Your response, Mr. Engelbrecht?
I denied emphatically. And in fact, when that Jean de Kock made that allegations, it was when he applied for amnesty. I was also summoned to appear at that commission. And my evidence there is that I am emphatically denying. And if you read my evidence at that very same application, you will see that.
Do you recall the Maponya case, the Yapi Maponya case?
Yes. Yes.
And you deny any involvement in that matter?
No, I was investigating after the commission instructed that the matter must be investigated. It was given to me, I investigated, and Jean de Kock and his men then provide me prima facie evidence that they were not near the Maponya, that they were near at the northern Natal at that stage.
And the allegation by Mr. de Kock that you were involved in the decision-making around the elimination of one Adrian Bambo?
Yeah, I deny it.
And then there's an allegation against you made by another person. This is a former Civil Cooperation Bureau agent, Mr. Carl C. Botha. And my lady, this extract comes from the Truth Commission Close Cooperation Bureau hearings. The transcript is also in volume L3, item 6 at page 6. And here Mr. George Bezos puts questions to Mr. Botha. Now, you were also visited whilst you were under Section 29 detention by Kroppies Engelbrecht and another senior officer. Did they threaten you? Mr. Botha responds, yes, they did threaten me. Mr. Bezos, for the purposes of keeping you silent. Mr. Botha, correct. Mr. Bezos, did you take the threat seriously? Mr. Botha, yes, I took it very seriously. if I could explain to the Commission what Brigadier Krappies Engelbrecht showed me, he made like this or else like that. So that was the reason to take it quite seriously. And it appears from Mr. Bezos's next question that according to Mr. Botha, you were placing your finger across your neck to indicate what the threat was about. Mr. Bezos says, you are saying that he put his finger over his mouth and said, or else, by pulling his finger across his throat, clearly indicating that you would be killed. Mr. Botha, that I would be silenced, yes. Mr. Botha, Mr. Bezos, yes, did that have an effect on you? Mr. Botha, definitely. I don't know if you have visited anybody under Section 29 detention. I was the average citizen who had never been exposed to that class of treatment. So by the nature of the situation, it had a tremendous influence on me to this very day. I still experience certain impressions which the cells left on me. What is your response to the allegation made by Mr.
I deny it emphatically. I deny it emphatically.
So the problem we have with your evidence, Mr. Engelbrecht, is that there are a large number of allegations that have been made against you, that not only were you involved in sweeping up, as in covering up, as in destroying documents, as in taking measures to ensure that crimes are not solved, crimes committed by the police and in particular the security branch. There are even more serious allegations that you were involved in decision making to have individuals who may disclose information eliminated. Mr. Engelbrecht, we will be putting to this court that you in fact were a sweeper for the police, you were engaged in covering up crimes, and in relation to the Cradock 4 matter, we will be putting it to this court that you did assist in ensuring that certain vehicles could never be connected to the security police, and that your suggestion that you had no involvement in the Cradock 4 case whatsoever is simply false evidence that you have placed before this court. Your response?
I don't agree with you. First of all, those people that make these allocations, they've just said that I am involved. They did not disclose the date, the time, the places where it actually happened, because they don't have it. It is thumb-sucking information that they're giving. That is information that have no proof whatsoever. And if you do that submission, that is completely wrong.
Well, Mr. Engelbrecht, there is a High Court finding against you by Judge van der Merwe, and there's a preponderance of evidence, and the details are certainly lurking within all this documentation. No further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Skummel, any questions?
Yes, thanks, my lady. Yeah, Mr. Engelbrecht, I'm not going to repeat everything that was put to you now. Safe to state that the allegation that was put to you regarding Mr. de Kock's testimony regarding the Cradock 4 matter, that Mr. Van Zyl informed him that you were part of an investigation and that you, in some way, shape or form, were the reason that certain tickets of certain vehicles were confiscated, that Mr. de Kock will come and testify that that is in fact the truth. What do you have to say to that?
I deny it emphatically.
And then Mr.
My lady, sorry, may I just inquire, insofar as my learned colleague now added to his statement that it will be the truth, is he suggesting, I just want, for my understanding and for the witness, is he putting to the witness that Mr. de Kock will say it is true that Mr. Van Zyl said that to him, or does he put that the removal of traffic fines, those facts are the truth? There's two possibilities. I just want to understand, what does my learned colleague put to the witness?
Thank you, and I apologize for that. To clarify that Mr. de Kock will come and testify that what he stated in the testimony, that is, he testified the truth. That is what he heard.
Thank you, my lady. That actually answers my question.
And then also, I'm not going to repeat everything, but everything that was put to you now that Mr. de Kock testified in previous hearings and amnesty applications, that Mr. de Kock will come and verify that that was in fact his testimony and that he will stand by everything that he stated there. Do you have any answer to that?
I don't have any knowledge of it, so I cannot actually respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. And then lastly, the allegation that was made in Mr. de Kock's sentencing, where it was stated that you participated in these cover-ups, that Mr. de Kock will also come and say that he agrees with that. Do you have any answer to that?
I deny it, that's all I can say.
No further questions, my lady.
Mr. Mayor, are you still with us? Have you got any questions for the witness?
Yes, I am, my lady. No question for the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cillier, any re-examination?
No re-examination, madam.
Once again, thank you for your time, Mr. Engelbrecht. You may be excused. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Would this be an opportune stage to adjourn, or is there any other business we can attend to in the 30 minutes that's left?
Sorry, my lady. That is the evidence for today. The evidence tomorrow is with regards to Mr. van der Westhuizen, which also would be via video link. I would just request from...
Lady, I think the microphone is muted. We virtually cannot hear anything at the moment.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear now, thank you.
Yes, we hear you.
So, my lady, I'm just saying tomorrow the evidence will be regarding Mr. van der Westhuizen, which would also be virtually. I will send an email to we will send a link to Mr. Pushia unless they have another email address that they want us to send a link to. I would ask Mr. Pushia just to let me know if there's another email address he wants me to send a link.
All right.
May we just request that the link be sent to us as well, please, my lady.
It will be sent to all parties.
Okay. That arrangement, I'm told, will be made. Mr. Mugai told me.
My lady, we are not going to be in court tomorrow with my team.
Be it virtually or in person?
My team will be available virtually. I'm in court in Cape Town tomorrow, but I will try and connect on Friday for my section of the cross-examination of Mr. van der Westhuizen. As you please.
Any other issue you want to bring to my attention by anyone? All right. Okay, that being the case, we'll adjourn for the day to resume tomorrow at 9:30 or soon thereafter. But we'll adjourn.
Thank you, my lady.
All right.